Apologies for the 10-minute delay this morning. Reasons are as follows. One, I had to meet with council in chambers. We are anticipating and planning to do an inspection in loco. So the logistics around that we needed to sort out. Two, there were some other housekeeping issues that between council and myself we needed to sort out, including those that are used to appearing in the High Court. When this red light on the machine is on, it means all our little recording devices are live. And everything goes onto the court record. So even during adjournments, often you'll see the light is on. And I'm looking at the video as well, because it will pick up everything you say, and it goes on our official record. Similarly, some of the media has microphones placed, and that also picks up private discussions between council, and it may pick up discussions between council and their clients that might cause other problems. I don't need to explain all the intricacies to everyone. We're also looking at a manner of preserving the integrity of the record and to have a continuous record available. I've made certain suggestions as to how that can be done, and in consultation with the Chief Registrar of the High Court, we are looking at possibilities to ensure that we don't lose any of the record. So those are some of the issues we have discussed this morning. I have also informed council that I've considered the ruling I made yesterday insofar as it relates to the witness currently on the stand. I am, however, first going to inform the witness of my ruling, as I did not do that yet. I just told the prosecutors and the defense counsel, and thereafter the media will know exactly what the ruling is. Thank you. You may call the witness.
Thank you, my lord. I then call Colonel Sebola.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, madam.
I have to remind you that you are still under oath. You may have a seat. Now, you will recall, Colonel, that I made a provisional ruling yesterday afternoon insofar as it relates to images of yourself to be placed in the public domain. Do you recall that?
I do, madam.
Before I make a final ruling, is there anything else you'd like to add?
The only thing that I can say to the court, my lord, is it will indeed affect me if the ruling that my lord is making is going to be different to what my lord gave yesterday.
Can everybody hear the witness? I have difficulty hearing the witness. I don't know whether we should move the microphone closer to the witness or not. Can you just repeat, Colonel?
My Lord, I said it's going to have an effect if the provisionally granted permission of yesterday, if the decision is changed, it's indeed going to have an effect on me. There's a lot of factors when it comes to that.
Can you maybe tell me what those factors are?
My Lord, some of the factors are in terms of what I say here now. I'm saying it in the open domain where there's a media and everything. But it really will have a detrimental effect on me and my family.
Anything else?
That is all, man.
Colonel, your image is out there in the public domain, not so?
I am aware of that, man.
I requested my registrar this morning to just do a quick check after I thought about the order overnight. I asked her to punch in on a primary Google search your name and surname and Saldanha Police and search for images, and the screen was filled with them. There's also a link to a video at one of the scenes when the National Minister of Police visited. I didn't look at the video, I just looked at the screen on my registrar's phone. You're aware of all of those pictures already in the public domain?
I, my Lord, myself, I haven't seen those pictures myself, my Lord.
Having considered the application that was brought yesterday and having made a provisional order at the time, I have reconsidered that order, and I'm of the view that it's in the public interest and in the interest of justice that there should not be any restriction. So, Colonel, I'm going to allow your image in court to be shown. That is my ruling for the reasons provided. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord. Colonel, perhaps before we continue with your testimony as we stopped yesterday, and we will continue from there, but just before the adjournment, there was a request from the Honourable Court with regards to perhaps a plan of the area or a map of the area. Were you able to obtain such maps?
Yes, I did, my Lord.
First and foremost, the hazard as a super that is the plan of the area.
You may please make those available so that we can, and my lord, I ask permission that the plan provided by the Colonel be admitted into evidence as an exhibit, because the plan actually shows Middelpos area, Deersville, and the street names, those that the street names are available.
What is the size of the document?
The area of this, the strata of the bus and the plane.
It's an A3 as requested, my lord.
Dus je grote van de aarde is dus dat aangevraagd was.
Thank you. You can hand one up to me and then circulate the rest. I'm going to mark this. Did not have a K yesterday. Jerry. Jerry. These flags only go to J. But I remember we have an exhibit K. So this will be exhibit L.
As the court pleases.
Exhibit L will then be a photograph, which is an image of a street layout called Middle Force and Diasville. It is a Google type image, Google Earth type image with satellite and hybrid overlays. It's on the scale given on the map, and top of the page will be the northern side according to the plan as I have it here. I'm not exactly sure whether it's fully orientated, but it gives a clear view. Thank you, Ms. Wanapur.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Colonel, for the assistance.
Colonel, yesterday we ended off your evidence where on the 20th of February at 1900 hours, 7 o'clock in the night, you decided to stop the search at that stage, and it would then resume the next day, the 21st of February, 2024.
Gister het u getuig dat so 7 onderste van 2 maanden jaar 2020 Syrië het u besluit om die zoektocht te stoppen tot volgende 20.
Yes, that's correct. But before we could recess or adjourn from the search, there were tasks that were there in terms of the IO and his allocated team.
Can you perhaps enlighten us?
Just one moment. We need the interpreter to also interpret into Afrikaans.
I say, my Lord, before we could adjourn for the next day, there were tasks that were there for the investigating officer and his allocated team members. The tasking goes about, should there be any information that comes through after we have recessed or adjourned? The IO and his team, together with the members that will be working shift, will be following up on those information.
Can you please tell us who was the IO at this stage?
The IO in the inquiry, that is inquiring 5/2/2024 /circulation number 2024/M/779 was Sergeant Neil Stein.
De persoon wat zo onderzoek gesteld heeft op de navraag met die nummer van plaats is, zo Sergeant Munster is.
Of FCS.
Van
Freedom
FCS
Desk.
department.
That's Sergeant Milstein.
That's correct, my lord.
Sergeant Munster.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the circulation number. Can you please repeat the circulation number?
The circulation number is 2024 /M/779.
Thank you.
Can you just repeat the inquiry number as well?
The inquiry number, my lord, is inquiry number 05, my lord, 05 /02 /2024.
Are you sure of that number, Colonel? Is it not 03?
Als je zeker wordt die nummer, dan gaat het in de nummer 3.
And I'll tell you why I say that.
Ik zal van die zeggen, dat is een vraag. Zeg.
We received into evidence yesterday a certified copy of the inquiry register, and it was stated the entry was made by Sergeant Kibit. Just for completeness of the report, I will refer to the exhibit number. It's exhibit H, bottom of the page. That refers to it as 03.
Indeed, my lord. The witness is, of course, testifying from his affidavit, in which it is recorded as 05. And I have to, unfortunately, also.
Now I know where the confusion comes in.
It's on the SAP 55 because there it's 05.
On the SAP 55A, SAPS 55A, Exhibit A, that's where the confusion arises. So instead of us wasting time later, it seems it's 3. That should be the correct number.
Thank you, my lord. Colonel, can we then accept, as I have just placed on record, the SAP 55 reflected the 5 of 2 as the inquiry number, whilst the missing persons register, it's entered as 3 of 2024. So I think there's a confusion. Can we accept that it should be 3 and not 5?
Yes, my lord, I will accept it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. All right, so arrangements were also made in place for what would happen if any information comes along before tomorrow morning when the search will continue. What time was the agreed time for the search to continue the next morning?
The agreed time for the starting time the next day, which is the 21st of Feb 2024, was at 9 o'clock.
And were you still also actively participating in the search?
Was u ook betrokken in die zoektocht?
I was still actively participating in the search on the 21st as well.
Ik was nog persoonlijk betrokken in die zoektocht op de 21st.
You may proceed and please tell us about that.
Okay. At that day, that was on a Wednesday,
Op die dag dat het zo woensdag was,
we then decided we will gather together at the civic hall in Joslin.
onze toen besloten gaan in het centrum in Praten, in Dijsbro.
Because in the search there were also local police officers,
Want gedurende die zoektocht was ook plaatselijke politiebeambten,
members of POPs,
leden van POPs,
that is public order policing,
publieke politie,
and members of Port of Entry, which is sea border policing.
en ook politie van Port of ingang van de haven,
Law enforcement agencies,
leden van
Wetstoepassingsbeamptes.
wetstoepassingsbeambten.
and there were 6 community leaders,
6 gemeenschapsleiders.
and there was plus minus 120 community members that were going to assist with the search.
Daar was plus minus 120 van de gemeenschapsleden dat kon helpen met de zoektocht.
Okay. On that day, as we couldn't continue to search during the night,
Op die dag, aangezien als we voortgaan met de zoektocht, de aankomt,
we decided to search the areas that we didn't search the previous day.
onze toen besloten ons gaan zoektocht beginnen met de area waar we niet vorige aan gezocht hebben.
The reason why we couldn't do those areas is because the processing of the house by the forensic, by the biological dog of the SABC drew attention for the members of the community to withdraw from their search.
De reden voor dat die logische omdat het was vandaag onneem aan de mensen tegen om voor te gaan met de zoektocht.
I didn't follow. Can you just clear it up, please, Ms. Sonata?
I will, my lord.
Thank you.
Please just explain what you just said about the presence of the members of LCRC and the biological dog. Just repeat that, please.
I said the activities that the biological dog and FCS were doing at the house of the missing child.
De activiteiten waar we ons ook aan de andere van CFC gedaan FCS, de wonen,
Drew attention of the communities that were already searching, and everybody gathered at the house of the missing child to see what was being done.
jullie activiteiten van aardig mensen naderen komen om te zien wat daar zo plaatsgevonden.
So just to recap so that I understand. The previous evening, you had called in all these specialized units. That's the K9 unit that included what the police, or you referred to in your evidence as a biological dog.
That's correct. They were there. Remember, my lord, when I indicated that I joined at 1400 hours, I drove with the handler of the SABC dog and the handler, as well as an LCRC member, to go and join at the house.
And coupled with that was the LCRC and the forensic unit, FCS.
The FCS,
That's now on the previous day.
That's now on the 21st, before we adjourned.
But then what happened, I'm just trying to summarize for myself also so that I understand the evidence. This drew a lot of attention from members of the public.
Yes, that which was being done at the house drew attention for the people that were already searching, and then they then went to the house.
So there were people. So there were people searching already, also on the next day. But wherever your specialized units were, attention is diverted to the specialized units.
Can my Lord repeat it?
No. People are searching, people are looking for the child. But now you have these specialized units at the house of the child, and that caused a distraction, one, to the community, because now they're curious as to what's happening there. And that caused further consternation.
So I would say it was more about when the people saw that there is these dogs there, and there was a purpose why that dog was there. So that drew attention in terms of them wanting to see what is the dog gonna bring out.
Can I just to clear up, my lord, my understanding? Elsie or she, the Elsie or she member that travelled with you, with the handler of the biological dog, that Elsie or she member would be a photographer, videographer, local criminal record centre member.
That's correct.
And Sergeant Milstein, being the investigating officer of this inquiry, who's a member of FCS, that FCS is the Family Violence, Sexual Offences and Child Protection Unit.
That's correct, madam. The decision that we took on the 21st was we will be searching the area behind the Dyersville Civic Community, Dyersville Civic Center, and we will continue to search going upwards towards the area that is called Walkland. Walkland, yes. Okay. That also included searching the areas in the Middle Post area where it's at close proximity to where the child was residing. It also included the beach side and the dunes. Well, the search continued throughout the day. And at around 1600 hours, we then decided again engage together with the community leaders like we did the previous day.
Ons het toe besluit om weer met die gemeenskaplede, soos gewoonlik die Procedural met hulle te saam te praat.
Gemeenskapsleiers, community leaders.
Ms. Swanepoel, I'm not sure whether your microphone's working because I have difficulty hearing your question. Can you just tap on it?
It's working.
I'm showing to the assistant maybe just to... There we go.
Is that better, my
That's
lord?
better. That's much better. Thank you.
So I was actually just assisting in the translation. The witness was saying community leaders. So dis gemeenskapsleiers and not lede.
All right, so at about 1600 hours, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the decision was made to reconvene with members of
Community leaders.
members of the community that were leaders.
Thank you, my lord.
And in our engagement, we then indicated we will for that day because the area that we were searching wasn't as vast as the previous day. My lord, we then engaged.
Ons het toe weer met die gemeenskapleiers toe weer mekaar gekom.
And
Just one moment, Mr. Blau, can you just repeat the translation? Because you had the microphone down on your lap, so members of
Die
the...
volgende dag het ons weer met die gemeenskapleiers mekaar gekom.
Dis nie die volgende dag.
that's it.
Selfde dag.
So
2 uur.
4 uur.
2 uur het ons weer met die gemeenskapleiers mekaar gekom.
Our engagement went around, we are going to adjourn for the day.
Die besluit was geweest om te stop vir die dag.
And as usual, should there be information, the station is there as well as the IO to follow up on any other information that could arise.
Die besluit was weer geweest as daar enige informasie om dit moet met aan die beampte se span gegee word.
And that then concluded our search for the date on the 21st.
Dit was die laaste van ons se soektog op die onderskat. Vir die onderskat.
The search for the child continued on the 22nd.
Die soektog vir die kind het voortgegaan op die onderskat.
And the days that followed thereafter,
En die daaropvolgende dag.
up until on the 28th.
Tot op met die 28ste.
Between those days, I had other commitments that I couldn't be part of. But I could see that the search is continuing, although I wasn't part of that. I then joined the search on the 29th. On the 29th, we had assistance from the city of Cape Town. They came and then we then moved the walk to this place where we are today at. Which is the now named the High Court, but then it was the Multipurpose Center, White City Multipurpose Center.
Dit is vandaag in het gerechtshof, maar het is niet als het in multiple centers center van White City.
I then briefed the guys from Cape Town.
Ik heb die mannen van Kaapstad zo luchtig ingelucht.
In terms of what we have done up to so far and what expertise will they be able to assist us with in terms of searching for the child.
En verband hoe ver ons gegaan het en wat is verwacht aan hulle om ons te helpen op zoek van die kind.
The intention with roping them in was perhaps we could have overseen some stuff.
De reden waarom ons samen is dat ons kon moeilijk zeker goed gaan naar gekeken.
And so that they can with us again do the search where we have searched as well.
Zodat hulle weer vir ons kan help waar ons tevore soektocht mee besig was.
And on that day there was quite a number of people, but a lesser number of the community members.
Op hierdie dag was daar 'n aantal mense, maar minder mense van die gemeenskap.
We then embarked on a search again of all those areas that were searched.
On hier met die soektocht begin by alle areas wat ons gesoek het.
The searches that on the days that were the 20th, the 21st, up until on the 28th.
Dit is die dae vanaf 20 tot by die 21 tot die groot by die aantal onderskryf.
On that day as well, we couldn't really get anything, or we couldn't really find the child.
Gedurende die dag ons niks vind of nie die kind vind nie.
Just for record purposes, sir, the members that participated in this search, specifically now on the 29th of February, can you give us an idea?
Okay, we had local police members. We had there was K9. And there was FCS wasn't part of on that day because they were running on investigations.
FCS was here and
I have to accept POPs.
POPs was part of it as well.
And then members from the city of Cape Town.
Yeah, members of the members of City of Cape Town, there were 38, if I'm correct. And they had 18 vehicles. 18. And that indeed extended our arm in terms of covering the areas where we were searching. As I've indicated, even on that day, we couldn't achieve any results in terms of the child. That afternoon as well, the search recessed for the next day. On the 29th, the 30th, and the 1st, I was again not part of the searches.
Just a moment. We were in February.
29th was the
So
last.
there won't be a 30th.
29th was my last, my Lord was my last day The days that I'm referring to was the 30th, the 31st, and the 1st, that I wasn't part of the search myself.
De laatste dag ben je bezoek was de 29e, de 30e en dan de 31e was het niet meer gedaan.
Okay, I'm sure this is an error, Colonel. Remember, we're dealing with February, so it was a leap year. So it went to the 29th of February last year. Usually it's only to 28. I'm sorry, this...
No, it's understandable. But we need to get the dates right because we don't know what other evidence might come.
You have testified about what happened on the 29th. Up until now, that was the date that we were dealing with, the 29th. So the next day would be the 1st of March and then the 2nd of March.
And so here, the
The 2nd of March is the Saturday.
Okay, my Lord, I was in part of the search on the 1st, but the search is continued.
Op die eerste was ek die deel van die soekspan die soek tot het woord gegaan.
On the 2nd of March 2024,
Op die 2de maart van die jaar 2024,
the search started at 07:50.
hierdie soektocht so begin in 07:50
and we searched the areas that were already searched with the hope that we will make any recovery or we'll find the child, but we couldn't find the child.
Ons het weer soektocht begin waar we eerst gesoek het, met hoop dat ons enige uitslaap kan kry, ongelukkig kon ons nie kan vind.
On the same day,
Op diezelfde dag,
the Minister of the Police made a visit.
die minister van die polisie het op besoek.
That was General Dekitele.
Dit was General Dekitele.
He then requested to interact with the mother of the child.
Hy het toe gevra om interactie te hê met die kind van die ma van die kind.
His intention was to hear from the mother herself, perhaps where the child is.
Hy wou homself uitvind of hoor van die ma van die kind waar die kind sou wees.
And the engagement between the minister and the child's mother was conducted. I wasn't part of it, although it took place at the station. I wasn't part of it. He engaged with her in his capacity.
Waar die minister en die ma van die kind in mekaar was gesê die deel, alhoewel dit op die stasie plaasgevind het. En sy eie kapasiteit was ek nie deel daarvan nie.
The same day as well, after the engagement with the minister,
Diezelfde dag nadat sy met die minister so gepraat het,
we then moved to where the child was staying.
Ons het toe beweeg na die plek waar die kind so woonagtig was.
And the minister wanted to see where the child was staying.
Die minister wou sien waar die kind so woonagtig was.
And we took him to the side, my Lord.
Ons het geneem na die plek.
After he visited the site,
Na sy besoek op die plek,
he engaged with some community members around Dyersville.
hy het toe met die gemeenskapsleiers van Dyersville toe gepraat.
From that engagement of his, the minister then departed.
Na sy gesprek met die gemeenskap lede, het hy toe verlaat.
But the members, although not at a large scale, continued with the search, even on that day, after the minister had departed.
Alhoewel eerder 'n groot stel mense was en maar voortgegaan met die zoektocht, alhoewel die minister weg is.
When it became the knocking off time on that day, I think we knocked off at 1600 hours, at 1800 hours, my lord.
Ons het toe plek verlaat so ja, 118 uur, ons het gestop, 118 uur.
Can I just stop you there? This interaction, and specifically of the minister visiting the scene, the house, were you also present there?
I was present because I had to lead. I'm the station commander of Saldanha.
Was dit teenwoordig met die interaksie met die huis? Die getuie sê ja, maar ek is mos op die commissaris van Saldanha Bay.
And was the mother of the child, whom we now know is Kelly, accused number 3, was she also present?
On the visit, no, the mother wasn't there.
Met ons besoek was die ma nie deel van.
Did you meet her at any stage?
Yes, I met her at the police station on that day when she was going to engage with the minister.
Het u op een middag ontmoet? Die getuie sê ja, omdat dat sy die minister so ontmoet het.
And was that your first meeting with her?
It wasn't the first meeting. The first meeting was the Friday before the minister visited.
Was dat die eerste ontmoeting die dag die getuie sê nee? Die eerste ontmoeting so die Vrydag was, voordat die minister so besoek het.
And on the day of the biological dog doing at the house,
Yes.
that's my first day when I met her.
I see.
Op die dag van die wat ook daar was met zoektocht. Was op de eerste dag wat ik vaak ontmoet heb.
So on Friday it was the second time and then Saturday the third time.
Vrijdag zijn de tweede keer geweest, zaterdag de derde keer.
Right. Thank you. And okay, so you concluded the search on that day at 6 p.m. This is Saturday, the 2nd of March. What happened after that?
De zoektocht heeft voor twee is de tweede maart, zo de 1800 uur, wat gebeurt later.
On the third, I wasn't part of the search, but I were informed that the Marine cadets were brought in on Sunday. The Marine cadets, the Navy's cadets.
Op de derde was het dat deel daarvan, maar die Navy cadets was ingeroepen.
They searched the area that is behind there on the beach side for the day.
Gesoek op de kant van de strand.
Although it was previously done when the search was done, they came in to do the search themselves.
Alhoewel die plek zoektocht daar gedoen was, het hulle weer die plek gesoek.
Then on Monday, which was the 4th of March,
En die maandag, dat zo de 4e maart was,
we had a contingency of detectives that were coming from the province.
ons het toen macht van die speurders vanaf de provincie.
The contingency of detectives included general detectives from all 151 stations that are in the Western Cape.
Alle generaals van 150 Weskaapse stasies het ook pas op by gewees.
Speertakke, general detectives. That's what you said, 151.
General detectives, yes.
Yes.
You have done some of the passport geweest.
And they were part of Local Criminal Record Center, which is LCRC.
Dat was deel van die plaatselijke recordcentrum.
And the members at the station, including POPs,
Leden in de politiestatie, cops,
and there were mounted police as well.
politie wat op bergen gereden.
And we were briefed by the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Major General Makashalala.
Deputy Provincial Commissioner,
Plaatselijke provinciale commissie, dus de Makakala dat ons ook doen.
Makashalala.
Makakala dat ons ook doen.
Can you spell the surname for the record?
M-A-Q-A-S-H-A-L-A. Makashalala. Makashalala. My pronunciation is not as clear, my lord, but that's his surname. General Makashalala.
Okay.
Just your number. Is he on the list of witnesses?
He is not. He is not.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I see that your affidavit refers to a total of 380 members that day.
Yes, in total personnel on that day, including everybody, it was 380.
Volgens mij
380 or 318?
380, my lord.
80.
die leden zo 380 is.
And at that stage, was the VOC still here in the multipurpose center?
The VOC was still here at the multipurpose center.
Die wolk was nog steeds in die gebouw waar zo'n mensen was met de bezig is in de gerechtshof.
On that day, we were divided into zones.
Op die dag was het opgedeeld in zonen.
That is how the whole area of Saldanha was divided into zones,
Die hele area van Saldanha was toen opgedeeld in zonen.
and there were leaders that were leading those zones.
En daar was een leier wat in die zonen zo geleid.
I was also one of the leaders that led the zone. I think I was at zone 6.
Het was een van die leden wat in die zonen zo geleid. En dat was op zonen 6.
And my area was the area very far into Jacobs Bay area, the bushes there and the trees there.
Mijn area zo bij Fairness en die area Jacobs Bay. En die bossen daar aan.
As we had also the members of LCRC, they were there to, if anything that is found there, they must package and dispatch that, as that is their expertise.
Aangezien die plaatselijke centrum zo daar was, als we zo kreeg, moesten we werk daarmee wat dat was een specialiteit.
At the zone where I was leading,
De zone waar ik geleid,
I must also inform the court that is a day when it was raining.
ik wil geloof dan zeggen, dit was de dag waar het geregend.
But it didn't deter the magnitude of police officers that were there.
Maar dat het die mag van de politie gestopt wat daar was niet.
To search for the child.
Om de zoektocht voort te zetten voor die kind.
And like I indicated, I led zone 6, but we couldn't find something that we could say the LCRC must pick this up, package that.
Aangezien ik geloof gezegd dat ik was leer van zone 6, ons kan niks krijgen wat ons voor die plaatselijke recordcentrum zo vraagt om wat te doen.
And the instruction was clear to all of us that whatever is packaged whatever is discovered or found needs to be packaged and recorded at the VOC.
En die instructie was ook, die instructie was geweest, wat ook nog gevuld moet worden, moet in elkaar gezet worden, papier gepakt, en ingezet wordt en naar die VOC toe genoemd wordt.
It must be recorded at the VOC.
Dit moet geregistreerd worden bij de VOC.
Do you know if any such exhibits were in fact found and seized?
Weet je of die nog was, is dat ook op die instructie gevuld was?
No, okay. At the briefing, I didn't hear if any such exhibits were found because we had a briefing after the search.
Was daar een kort of een teken geweest, maar dat was niks van enige bewijsdek wat ook gevonden was.
But in any event, not in your zone?
Not in my zone, like I indicated. Not in my zone, but I didn't hear about the other zones as well when feedback was given.
En mijn zone was niks gevonden, maar ons nog terugbrengen was aan niks. Enige van enige bewijsdek wat ook gevonden was in andere zone.
So after the briefing,
na je gesprek,
and the parade was dismissed,
die parade was gaan.
the assistants that were here to assist from the province,
Die hulp was van de provincie.
they then departed,
Hulle toe weggegaan.
and we also, as we were doing like all the previous days, it was the issue of if any information comes in,
Dit was hetzelfde geld als er enige informatie moest komen.
the information will be channeled to the IO,
Dit zou naar de panelsambten gestuurd worden.
and the IO together with his assistants that were allocated to him will run on the information.
Dan zou de onderzoekbeambte met zijn stapspan wat hij van aangesteld is, zo die informatie opvolgen.
The search for the child continued
De zoektocht heeft voortgegaan.
as members of as any information is sent, the station assists the IO to run with that information.
Enige informatie wat zou komen naar de staties, zou bij de onderzoekbeambte dan zo beveel om dit op te volgen.
And that's the last day of my engagement in terms of the search.
Die laatste dag van de betrokkenheid in verband met jullie zoek.
But as information came in, the members that are on duty will run with the IO in terms of this up.
Alhoewel het geval, die ook al zo'n informatie krijgt, zodat aan de onderzoekbeambte geeft, dat ze daarmee dat zij dat opvolgen.
Up to thus far, we haven't received information or we haven't found the child.
Tot met vandaag geen informatie was gevonden, want ik ook niet gekregen.
And it is so that at a stage the investigation was then taken over by Captain Lombard and his team.
It is so, my Lord, that the inquiry was then registered as a case number.
Dus de rest van de was gebeurd door Captain Lombard, door de onderzoek voorgenomen in zijn span, deze jaar, en die navraag was toen met de staatsgevieerd was toen begin als een hele zaak.
And since Captain Lombard took over, the station is assisting him where he needs information to be followed.
Aangezien hij Captain Lombard zo door onderzoek overgenomen, heeft de statie om hulp gegeven, waar hij enige hulpzoek nodig was in verband met de onderzoek.
And any information that is currently still received or reported to the station, what happens to that?
The information is now directly reported to the IO himself now.
Thank you.
As daar enige persoon op die informatie over wat op die oomblik getuig is, dat zal moeten direct en onderzoek veranderd worden gedaan.
During the process of the search, Colonel, was there any use of electronic equipment or surveillance or any other methods of searching?
As daar enige manier is om gebruik word bijvoorbeeld in politie, gereedschap, alle gereedschap in de zoektocht.
Yes, on the first day, there were 4 drones that were utilized that are from the West Coast District Unit Disaster Management.
En op die eerste dag was er 4 drones gebruikt van de plaatselijke macht.
There were 4 operators of the drones as well.
4 personen van die 4 drones beheer.
The purpose of the drone was for them to give us a bad eye where we couldn't reach or where it's going to be difficult for us to get.
De reden van die drone zo geweest is om ons meer kan helpen, want het moeilijk was, wat ons van enige informatie krijgen.
And in other places, like you get your trains and what, there was sea rescue, that is equipment that they could use to put inside there to check if there isn't anything there.
Sea reddings, toeristen gebruik om te zien of er iets kan krijgen.
And on the 29th as well, the City of Cape Town personnel had equipment that could see. You could see from their truck when the drones are flying. You could see where the drones are flying, and those are the areas where we couldn't ourselves as personnel reach.
En op de ochtend dat die rol van die Kaapstad op ons getrokken en zien waar die drones zo informatie opvolgt, waar we zien van wat wil was voor ons om te gaan.
So do I understand you correctly? This is one of those trucks fitted with the electronic equipment and the screens that you can monitor and see.
That's correct, my lord.
Dit is een truck wat gebruikt is met toeristen, waar een persoon kan zien op hierdie scherm, waar een persoon kan zien.
What about the use of helicopters? Was there any?
Yes, the police helicopter was here.
Was er enige helikopters gebruikt geweest en de politie was het geweest?
It was here for a day.
Then it was for a dag.
And was it used in the search?
It was utilized for the search as well.
Now, your interaction that you had with accused number 3, Kelly Smith. Can you tell us about that and also what you observed when you interacted with her?
Die interactie met de persoon met die Kelly Smith, en die van daarvoor met heel veel meer daarvan zeggen en wat was haar voorkomst.
No, when she entered the CSC, she was communicating. There's police officers that are familiar to her.
Toen zij aangekomen, heeft zij gecommuniceerd, maar dat was politieman of politieleden wat zij bekend was mee.
And as they were interacting,
gedurende deze interactie,
I couldn't, although I'm not an expert at that, I couldn't see. She was acting like it's normal for her that the child is not there.
En ik kon niet opletten, alhoewel ik de wiskundige is, maar zij heeft opgetreden alsof sy nie eintlik bekommerd was omdat die kind nie daar was nie.
What worried me is when she indicated that the child has made her famous.
Wat die bekommerd gemaak is, sy sê die kind het beroemd gemaak.
She said the child has made her famous.
She said, in her own words, my child Joslin has made me famous.
En dat een woorde sê dat sy my kind Joslin het beroemd gemaak.
And you say that made you worried.
That's correct, my Lord. That made me worried, taking it as a parent from a parent side.
Was there ever a situation that you had to make arrangements for accommodation for any of the accused persons?
Was daar enige stadium wat u moes reëling voor accommodatie van de bestuurders?
Yes, my Lord. On the Friday, on the first Friday on the 1st of March. We had to get accommodation for accused number 3. And that was in order for her to can engage with the minister on the 2nd.
Dit was voor haar te krijgen om met die gewisse minister te gebruiken.
And the reason we had to accommodate her is because there was indication that was made that the community is angry about her and they could do harm to them.
Die reden van hierdie verbetering was dat ons het informatie dat die gemeenskap nie baie gelukkig was met daar nie, dat aan aan.
And there was accommodation available for her to go in Vredenburg. She didn't like that accommodation because that accommodation was only going to accommodate her. And it wasn't going to accommodate the boyfriend as well because the accommodation was only for females. And as she insisted that she cannot go to that place without her boyfriend. We then found accommodation that was supplied by a member of the community in Dyesville. At that accommodation, we had to place members to secure them just in case information filters through that they are at that address so that the members can protect it.
I just want to make sure of something. So this accommodation was then arranged specifically to also accommodate her boyfriend, which is common cause before the court, being accused number 1. What about her children?
If I'm correct, my Lord, the children were no longer with her.
As the platinum correction about the four of kinders in here met haar was nie.
Did she at any stage ask for the accommodation to also be for the children?
Die opinion het sê nie sou het gevra tot die persoon vir haar kinders.
No, my Lord, there wasn't any request for accommodation for the children.
As een aanvraag vir kinders.
Just one moment. During the course of the searches, because you were not part of the investigation that happened later, your involvement started as the station commissioner on the 20th of February. Up to now, we're now sitting on the 1st of March. Were you aware or was told of her other children but for the missing child?
Vanaf die begin was die bewus van enige kinders wat so deel was van die familie van vermiste kind.
Can my Lord just repeat it for me?
You got involved on the 20th of February as the station commissioner, and you had a physical presence at the house with the specialist units that day already. That's where you met Ms. Smith the first time. Is that so?
That's correct, my Lord.
And and you were involved. There were days that you were not actively involved because you had other duties, we understand that. But you were involved right through up to we now sitting on the 1st. That was the time of the accommodation issues.
Hy was betrokke op sekere dae alhoewel alle dae tot met die tyd waar die 'n verblyfsel verleen moet word.
So it started on a Tuesday. In the previous week, we now at the following Friday. This matter dealt with a missing child, a minor child, 6 years old. Were you at any stage informed of the siblings of the missing child?
On the 20th, my Lord, the siblings were there with the mother.
They were with the mother.
At the residence, yes.
No. And as I have it on the summary of substantial facts, there's no evidence yet. It says there was an 11-year-old boy child, and I'm not going to read the full name into the record, and there was another 2-year-old girl child. You say they were there on the night of the 20th?
On the 20th, when the investigation was done by the biological doc, yes, they were there.
But when this accommodation issue arose on the 1st, your information was the children were no longer with her.
That's correct, my Lord.
Gedurende die tyd van die verblyf van die informasie was dat kinders nie in haar was nie.
And I just want to confirm if I understood the evidence correctly. Do I understand you correctly? There was no concern or request expressed from her to have those other 2 children with her, but rather the boyfriend. And that was where the breakdown was with the accommodation that the police offered. Is my understanding correct of the evidence?
But so everything of it is that not that the boyfriend this one for the year.
That's correct, my lord.
That's really
Yes, thank you, Ms. Honorable.
Thank you, my lord. Just one last aspect. Do you know the other 2 accused before court?
can be understood to follow.
It's Mr. Apollos is accused number 1 and Mr. Van Rijn is accused number 2.
The Apollos is number 1, the Van Rijn is number 1. Can you follow?
I only know accused number 1.
Representative Kennedy is number 1.
I haven't seen accused number 2 during the period while we were busy, but I have seen accused number 1.
Again, the school of very Hassid was Besawasi, Maria Del School of very Hassid, the relative of Besawasi.
And was there any interaction between you and accused number 1, the one that you saw?
There wasn't any interaction between myself and him, my lord.
That's the answer to the so there is a
Thank you, Colonel. Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Nothing, my lord.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, my lord. That is the testimony of this witness.
Just another aspect that I want to clear up, just for completeness. So, they were then, or at least accused number 3, was then accommodated, you say, with the assistance of a member of the community of Diazville.
That's correct, my lord.
And are you aware where this accommodation was?
Yes, my lord. It was in Dawn Street in Diazville.
Yes, yeah, in Dawn Street and Diazville.
That was the night of the 1st. The accommodation was for the night of the 1st of March. She was going to meet the minister on the 2nd.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, from the plea explanation that was given yesterday, which you might not be aware of, in the plea explanation of accused number 1, Mr. Apollos, he indicated that they were at the Wikis by Hotel from Sunday the 3rd of March. And he was arrested then on the 4th. Were you aware of that?
Of the fact that they were accused by no man.
Good. Yes, thank you. Before we go to the cross-examination, apropos the discussion we had in chambers this morning, doesn't look as if this witness will be able to assist at the inspection, except for showing us the areas. Do you want to do the inspection before the cross-examination? Because then we can make those plans now.
I suggest and I request if this is perhaps an appropriate time to take the adjournment so that we can make those arrangements if possible.
So, can council hear me? Can all of the council hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Just my
Now,
colleague.
the suggestion was that we do it now. I know that on a discussion we had in chambers this morning, I was told that whilst we were going to be busy with the evidence in chief, the investigating officer will attempt to do the necessary arrangements for the transport of the accused persons, the arrangements for the defense that's been done amongst yourselves. The prosecution have their own arrangements. I insisted that I do not want any assistance from any of the parties to the matter. Myself and our court staff, we make our own arrangements. I take it you're going to leave here in a convoy type situation. So let's fix a time that we're going to leave. Sufficient time maybe for us to change into other clothes, for the media to get themselves ready. I suspect we will come back here this afternoon after the inspection to do a closeout. Can I just request the media, just liaise maybe, I can see the media person of the NPA is here in court. So maybe we can have a discussion. You're not part of the litigants here, but maybe as a contact person so that we have some order as to how we do it. If you can also find out, because the 3 accused are in custody, about keeping the distance. We don't want to have a situation where the police will have to prevent people from doing things. Let's try and do it as civilly and as organized as possible, so there shouldn't be misunderstandings. And the same will apply to the members of the community. I cannot tell the community currently where we are going. I have no idea. So I suspect people will have to follow the convoy when it leaves. I don't know where we're going to start. I don't know where we're going to end. And I have no idea how long it's going to take. It's now 10:36. Is 24 minutes enough for us to get ready so that we can leave this place at 11 o'clock?
That's in order, my lord.
Everybody on board? We will be switching off our recording system. Council must please take note. My registrar will take notes at the inspection. I might request the defense and the state to present me with a joint minute in the next few days. So please take your notes. You know what's going to happen further in the trial. I've got no clue. I want to go there once and once only. So prepare yourself to engage in whatever issue you might think is important later on in the case. If there are other places that we have not covered yet and you know it's going to become relevant whilst we're in the area, discuss it amongst each others and just let me know so that we plan it that way.
My Lord, just on that, the investigating officer who has been present in court will accompany us, and he will be able to actually point out the important places. But yes, the invitation is extended to the defense if there's any specific point that they would like to visit. The investigating officer knows the lay of the land, and he'll be able to take us to those places.
I just want to indicate that it might be necessary that the court orderly that's been assisting me will be accompanying us in my vehicle. I will be driving myself. The court will adjourn until we resume here later in the day.
Dat wil we koop vir jou vuil gat.
Nee.
Ja, nee,
asseblief.
welgelik jou stuk
Asseblief.
gemors wat hy is. Sê vir die fucking polisie jou vark. Plak van iemand uit krijgt, alsjeblieft.
Charles, again, that's the point that I've seen that we unlikely that it was a dead end. This is Namslag sounds. Namslag. And the people, is this the one with the big gate where the people are standing? That's Kuti sound. About 20-30 meters max. Yeah. Before the building. Yeah. About 20-30 meters max. This one about less, 15 meters. Alright, so if somebody can measure that, in the meantime, I will just confirm the precise measurements. Alright, so it's wonderful. Anything else?
Yes, please. Please, that important landmark. Ayanda Kawa.
Ayanda Kawa is where the branch is talking about. It's the open field on the other side of the river.
No longer there. And these rocks. The relevant bit will become known later, but these big rocks.
Those are rocks with the yellow markings. So if somebody can also get us the measurement of the distance from the house to the rock.
Were they here?
Some of them were after the
when we get, you heard what the investigator says, some of the places were erected afterwards, and when I do the rounds, it is that I'll take to the cases. Is that it? Right, Mr. Harmson, from your side. Anything you want to point out to us? Any issues that you want to highlight whilst we're here? Yeah, and somebody will. The dishes on the other side. My second covering the hole. That's the gate. That's sure. Yeah, that's the gate. Everybody happy with that? Anything else important? Nothing. The appointing hours now, anything new stuff? Yeah. Okay. There's a question to be pointed out. Maybe the investigating officer can assist? Is there any way for a car to drive here, a vehicle, from any of the movies? But
We were just talking about the other side of the street. The closest corner in
so there are no tracks here to show that the car is driving.
No, there's a right hand that side. We walk through that.
The closest would be that open field. There's this beach going on. Satisfied with this? Anything else? Number 3. From your side, from my side. Nothing. Except that your mind is anything else? Question about vehicles, we covered. Ayanda and James's house, I'm sure we can explain that. Are you happy that Mr. Professor then will do the measurements of the points and then they can see that the numbers?
Is there no other road? Is there no other road going along the road?
There is one that come in here. That was the back of
When you come from Zola Street, there is a river coming in here, yes, just until you.
That is so maybe somebody can show us that road, the gravel road that comes from Zola, that's been pointed out, and whether it's possible from the gravel road to drive.
just for the bottom shop.
So we see that. Anything else? Okay, so now it's been indicated there's a gravel road at the back that comes from Zola. I don't know how far it is, but maybe we can have a video audio now. So which one is closer? That area or that makes more sense? This back section, and then we go to see where Ayanda is. To drive in there. Because our cars are parked now to get into this convoy and come around. It's too much.
There's just another important house in the church that I would like him to show us, and that is Pumza's house.
Pumza's house.
Makalima, Pumza.
Okay. Do you know where it is? Also on our way. On the gravel road. Okay, so let's go. You covered with the... Wil jy nog enige sê aan advokaat te sê? Of jy wil helemaal uitwys? Nie. Thank you, so let's go. Who's going to lead the way? I don't see. Oh, there they are. Everybody here? Not yet? You can see all the councils here. Mr. Blau is there. Alright. Let's go. Who wanted to show us this road? My friend, yeah. So, there's a tar road going, it's about 250, 300 meters away. And then there's this informal road coming in here. There's currently a car park here. So it's clear it's accessible with a vehicle. And what are we going to call this? The gravel road leading from Zola.
That is correct. That would be important.
And there's an indication this point will become relevant at a later stage as to where the vehicle, to the police vehicle is parked. That's correct. Where a police vehicle is parked at some stage. Anything else that's relevant as to this point? I couldn't help to see there's another road running from the side here. Unlikely that it's been used for vehicles up to this point. But it looks like a tar road. Does anybody know what the name of that street is? Maybe if somebody can determine the name of that street at some stage.
They're going to check that. Judge, would it be appropriate if we perhaps ask LPOC to measure from the road to here?
Yes, from Zola Road. From
Yes,
Zola
from
Road.
Zola Road to here.
Yeah, because they're going to give us all the details
So
to help.
if you can from Zola Road to here, so this little informal gravel road. Yeah. Did you measure it up to here? No. Oh, did you? Oh, so from the house.
Now will we find out?
Where is it? Okay, so Kelly there. From Kuti one, the silver one. Okay, you already did.
So we have this Ekonene Street.
Ekonene.
Anything else at this point?
My lord,
From any of the accused? Yeah.
from LCOC, they're just trying to tell us that they measured up to here, but I'm just trying to determine from where. So they measured the road walking
From
the road. From where we
from
were.
the house up to here, and then we can make a junction here and then go from here to Zola's.
Because I'm told that you can get your ambulance
Through this road. Okay. So we're going to walk up here in any event, then Mr. Peterson can measure. I can see he's got his measuring device there. And then we'll get to a Yanda's place. Is that the next place we're going to? Good.
So,
Yes?
Lombard indicated that we
Pumza's house. Okay, where is that?
Down just
Also down this way.
down the road, just turn right into Queensland and left to Ayanga.
Okay, so we both in successful.
You see the dog.
some of it.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go to the rocks then, and then maybe if they'll see us, we can take a picture from there to the point that you point out and photograph. Copy that.
We'll have to come back.
I think we're going to have to come back out this way. Yeah, so when we come back, we can close it.
Your client concurs, right?
Beg your pardon?
Your client also concurs.
I'll just ask her now.
What do you want to show me, Leon? At the rocks. And at which point of the rocks do you want to by the rocks?
Yes, anyway by the rocks.
On the rocks or by the rocks?
Standing next to the rocks, if we could see the car.
So let's go further. Because the photographers, can you just move to the left, please, so that we can see? I'm sorry, I didn't know they were going to point out. So from where I'm standing now, I can see a car road.
That's where all our vehicles
That's
are
where
parked.
the red car is. I can see my vehicle and I know it's right next to the car road. There's a blue house and two other houses in front. I don't know whether they were there at the
I
time.
was just going to clarify.
I was also going to question that.
Where's the investigating officer? Dr. Lombard, were those houses that we see?
And the other two? from here there's a tar road visible. Not sure when the vehicles are gone, whether one can see the road even from this one. I'm going to move to just short of that tree and see from that side what is visible. They want view. So maybe if somebody can take a picture after the cars have gone. I can see the cars on the road right through. There's the grey car driving up there, but that's further up. I can see the red car parked there. I can see the cars parked on the road. I can see the place where the members of the community were when we came in. So I can't see the road surface because there are cars on this side that's obscuring my view. But maybe somebody can take a picture once we've moved the cars away to give us an idea. Anything else?
Judge, unfortunately we will have to go back as we came. On the other side of Ben's and Ayanda's house, that is where Kumza's house actually is. The investigating officer was mistaken when he showed the other house as Kumza's house.
Did you make any other mistake?
It was
Is that the only one?
It's the only one,
Because
Judge.
if we go back there now, I don't mind going back. But I don't like being shunted from the location.
My apologies, Judge. Mr. Sigmaran's client is confirmed that Kumza's house.
Mr. Sigmaran, you wanted us to come here. Anything else that you want to point out from this point?
None, Judge. I just want to see if the road could be.
Anybody else wants us to point out something? Council?
Nothing from me.
Right. Okay. From the state. So let's go back to where we were. You lead the way, but please walk a little bit faster.
Are we leaving like this?
They must lead the way because they want to take us there. Let the prosecutors go and lead the way, and they must walk faster.
will be relevant. This is Kumza's house, Makalima.
Kumza's house.
K24.
There is a pink K24 on it. Not sure whether the walls are currently beige. More like this Picasso color. Grey door. Wooden window to the right of the door with an aluminium frame inset. Another window facing the door. Any other parts of the house that I need? This is the current state of the house. I'm sure parties will tell me before where they do like that. And this road, is this the same road, the dirt road, that leads to where the tuck shop is? In the corner?
No, yes.
The tar road.
Tar road is visible from the water.
Anything else from this? Do you want to go back in a straight line, because there are some members of the community there that might not be very happy if we ask them to move back? Or we can take the tar road and continue.
This way.
Unless there's something there. Anybody else that want to show us something there? Will it be helpful if we walk the direct route as the crow flies, or along the road?
But my trying to do is
Well, then we can just well go that way. So there's another house.
Sorry, do you still want it to get the still come from the shop to
Okay, you must tell us where to stop. One on the other side. Oh, there are two doors. The one's a green door, the brown door. And this will become relevant as the Dinky side of the door. Alright, so, and I heard council speaking about a car wash earlier. I see a car wash here, I don't know. Not the same car wash that you guys were referring to.
Islanders car wash, second number. Can you come again, Islanders car wash?
you can go down to the road.
We going that way? Okay. Right, anybody else want to see something? fixer and the second-hand dealer, two different places. So it's fixer on that side. Okay, so that's on our way back to the cars. Second-hand dealer is saying this side. Alright, so shall we go there first and then come back? Let's go.
Ja, moet je ook nog zeggen. Het wordt het niet. Yes, 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 die Belmerpark se gedeelte. Yes, yes.
Op die hoek daar.
Dis korrek, dis korrek, dis korrek.
Koop hy maar, koop net daar.
Ja, ja.
Daai en Shirley.
Dis korrek, dis korrek, dis korrek.
Where are we going?
I think they sit here, the second dealer. I got this second dealer. So,
That's why I said let's not come because this branch.
We are walking in circles now. Do you know where we're going to? Where? How far?
Net om die draai meneer.
There is a circle here with a container on this side.
Wat voor kant is bij de aan de kant?
Daar is still solar free.
Sal dit nie makliker wees om te daar nie? Maar nou moet ons al die pad weer terugstap. So, let's first see how far we can the corner, otherwise we're going back to the car, and then drive. But we don't have to go straight, we can stand from here and see it. Okay, let's just stop right here.
Stel jullie bij je net. Kom nou.
Can you just get the camera out of my face, please? Okay. I'm not going to walk further from here in that direction. The point that council wanted to show me is a pinkish colored container in the distance on the other side of this circle. Can everybody see it? So we don't have to walk to the container. I don't know whether it's pink or peach, next to the blue. It's indicated that will be, evidence will be that is the second-hand dealer's place. Everybody happy? And the street, I take it as a name. So it will be a circle, a street going into a circle, and it will be on a side street. Magi. M-A-G-I Street. Maak seker wat die lys is. Okay, are you done here? Everybody done here at this time? Thank you.
Thank you, Dad.
Where's Mr. Sirner? I'm happy. We happy? Now we're going back to one more place. It's on the way to the car, and that's the place that became known as Fix-It Place. So, you guys leave the way. And please, if we can just walk a little bit faster.
staying on that side of the water. Okay, nou, jullie moeten besluiten, maar je moet kan. Because we were here, I remember the two ladies. Yeah, we were there at the... No, we were here on this corner, I remember the two ladies.
Doing the washing.
Yeah. And Zola Street is right here. No. Okay, now. Okay. Come. Everybody here. Where are the other people? She's coming.
Don't you choose these, but her ankle chains hurt her, it's caused her to bleed a little bit, so she can't walk across.
Okay, now from here, we're going to go out that way to the cars. I think because if we go through here, that's through those big rocks, and from there we can cross. Because now if you go up here, you get to the big rocks. Then we cross there.
The purple one. Now it's very close to
Okay, everybody here now. The purple house is the house that will be referred to as Fixer's house. Everybody here? Anything else you want me to see? But the underscore which apparently can be seen from where the cars are from. So we're going back to the cars now. The last point will be pointed out. Then I will discuss with council what time we're going to resume in court, so that people will know. But we can only determine that once we've reached that point, because then I can see what the time is. So let's go back there. I think if one goes down this way, you get to the rocks, and from there is the way across, from my memory.
The vehicle now, then we'll be driving to the last spot, so hopefully you can still get us while we're in this in-loco inspection, but we don't have much time left, so we're in the corner. Just watch, my brother. You can just monitor on the DMG9. Thanks, my brother.
Everybody here. Okay, you wanted to show me Ayanda's tower, where it used to be. Where it used
Yes, my brother. Let's get to the car with the roof. We're still up. If they come to us, we'll cross while we're driving. Sit here. Studio.
as well as measurements of distances between certain vantage points. It's best to have one complete note on the inspection on record. So we will now proceed with the evidence of Colonel Sabola. Going to give prosecution an opportunity to ask further questions if they so wish. If not, then we will start with a cross-examination and seal probably. Thank you. You may call the witness.
Thank you, my lord. Colonel Sabola, please.
It's unlikely that there will be anything more. Colonel, I have to remind you that you're still under oath. We've been out in the sun for the better part of the early afternoon. It's quite hot in here. If you want to remove your jacket, feel free. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. The witness is still...
I did remind him that he's still under oath.
Thank you, my lord. Colonel, I do not have any further questions for you. Is there anything that you would like to add to your testimony?
No, nothing to add, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Then that is the evidence.
Thank you.
That's a way before the hearing. It is the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Adamson.
May it please the court, my lord, no. On behalf of the accused one, there is no cross-examination. I have no questions.
Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I have no questions. As it pleases the court, my lord, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of case number 3, I'm sure there will be questions on behalf of case number 3. So,
Thank you, my lord.
thank you, Mr. Sitterline.
Colonel, is it correct that K9 unit and dogs were only brought in to assist on the 21st of February?
This is the reality that the one day unit is going to have last meeting in the course of feedback.
That's incorrect, my lord.
Please tell us when was dogs brought in to assist?
Just one moment, just one moment.
My lord, I'm sorry. I might have misheard. I think the answer was that's incorrect.
That's also what I heard. That's what I'm checking. That's what I'm checking before, because that's the answer I heard. So the statement put to you, Colonel, I just want to ensure that I've got the evidence correct. The incident was reported on the evening of the 19th and registered in the early hours of Monday morning. You became aware of it early the morning of the 20th. Now, what is being put to you is that the K9 unit and the dogs were only brought in on the 21st of February. The question is that correct?
No, my lord. It's incorrect, I said.
Colonel, can you please tell us when were the dogs brought in to assist?
In my evidence in chief, I indicated that at 1400 hours,
To be clear,
the SAPS biological dog,
biologische of one van police,
together with its handler,
met sy handelaar,
went with me as in a convoy
is toe met my en kon mekaar
to the address where it was indicated the child got lost or missing.
na die adres wat in kas gegee was wat vermis geraak het.
I then indicated that on arrival there were 2 K9 members at the address.
Sy het die adres afgekom met twee klaarkaartjies lede.
And that was now on the 20th.
That's on the 20th, yes.
Were the dogs able to pick up any traces?
Kon jullie wanneer iets opspoor?
As I indicated in my evidence in chief, nothing was detected on that day.
So sê ek nou nie opgetel gesê het niks was opgetel op die dag of van die dag.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that the night before she was to meet the minister, she was moved from accommodation which she had in Langebaan and taken to the police station.
So we are moving to the first of March.
That would be the 2nd of March.
The 2nd of March.
Thank you, my lord.
Can you just give me one moment for this? That we have the dates right. Yeah, the minister visited on the 2nd.
Thank you, madam. May I just confirm?
The minister's visit was on the 2nd of March, so the night before would have been the 1st of March.
May I just take an instruction, my lord?
Yeah, just get it. Yeah. Even if it's a day of the week, it might assist.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. I've taken instructions. It was the 1st of March. The evening of the 1st of March.
So you can repeat the question.
Thank you, my lord. My instructions from accused number 3 are that on the night before meeting with the minister, she was moved from accommodation in Langebaan and taken to the police station.
Instructie met beskuldiging van dit sal wees eerste van Maart na die dag voordat sy die minister op sou ontmoet het, as sy verwyder van die verblyf van die Langebaan na die polisiestasie Saldanha.
My lord, as for me, I won't be able to give insight in terms of a removal because I only saw her at the police station, my lord.
As van dit as sy verwyder was, sal dit of kan aan die help nie, dat ek heel vaak vermoed was met die polisiestasie.
I'm further instructed that while she was at the police station, it was said in your presence that if anything were to happen to her, you as police officials would lose your jobs.
Sy het instructie dat as die polisiestasie studeer, sal eers polisielede die werk sou verloor.
I'm not aware of that conversation, my lord.
It was afterwards decided that she'd then be taken to Vredenburg.
Dit is toen nader besluit dat sy geneem word na Vredenburg.
As I indicated in my evidence in chief, the reason why we had to get accommodation for her was that she was at the police station and there was this threat against her by the community.
Ons het dat by die polisie toe gaan. Die rede daarvan was die reglemente teenoor die gemeenskap.
I'm instructed that the reason why she never ever mentioned accommodation in respect of her children is because her children was already in the safety of family members.
Sy sê dat die rede waarom sy nie nou gemaak het van kinders verblyf nie. Dit is omdat die kinders reeds al 'n soort van familielede was vir beskerming.
In my evidence in chief, my lord, I indicated that the only time when I had insight of the children was on the date of the 20th. Furthermore, I didn't have any insight regarding her children, my lord.
Die enigste datum waar insig gehad het dat sy kinders daaraan gehet het, as my getuienis het nog getuig dat as die 20ste nadat ek geen insig verby my kinders gehad het.
She will tell the court that she did inquire about accused number one because she was also concerned about his safety. She knew that it could be an issue.
Sy sê sy het gevra van beskuldig nommer 1 en sy het gekom met sy veiligheid.
I won't have comment to that one, my lord, because I wasn't part of the conversation that she was having.
Ek kan nie kommentaar daaroor lewer nie, oor die gesprek. Ek was deel van die gesprek wat so plaasgevind het.
Accused number 3 will deny that she ever told you that her daughter Joslin has made her famous.
Beskuldig zijn verschillende gesprekken van hem, waar hij zegt wat ze doen. En dan hier wordt gezegd dat haar dochter aan de rond maakt.
My lord, I said she was speaking to the people at the CSC, not to me. She was speaking to the members, not myself, my lord.
Ik heb gezegd met die waren niet, met ze dat niet aan. Ik heb gezegd maar dat persoonlijk bij is dat bij aanklacht en gewoon niet met mij, met de andere leden.
Well, my instructions are she denied that she ever said that.
Zij streed dat ze niet goed gezegd.
She did, my lord. Why will I make up such a story?
Ze heeft gezegd, ik heb die reden om te maken.
May I approach, my lord?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I've consulted. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Ms. Swanepoel?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. You may be excused, and thank you for the assistance earlier.
Thank you, my lord.
Can I call the next witness?
My lord, I am informed that the witness is on his way. He, if we can take a 5 minutes adjournment, he is on his way. I'm sorry, I never realized it would take so long.
No, I also didn't anticipate it, but it's fine. Let's use the time. Now, is the witness coming from the police station?
No, my lord, it is Sergeant Milstein, so he's coming from the detective office. He's a detective. He's
Somewhere
not from
in
the police
Kaap.
station. He's driving from Vredenburg, I'm informed.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand down for a while. We will start with the next witness. The moment the witness arrives, you must alert me and I will come down.
Thank you, my lord.
In the meantime, I will attend to the warrants of the accused for tomorrow. And after Milstein, would you have tomorrow?
You feel where I think the surname is.
Yes,
Trying to
sir.
remember the surname, my lord. Just a second. Refiwe Sekobe. Yes, I remembered correctly. The surname is Sekobe.
And the language?
She's Xhosa speaking, my lord. Oh, Tswana.
And is
Tswana,
she
Tswana, my apologies.
That's
my lord.
when I heard the first name, Refilwe.
Refilwe Sekoba
That is why
Tswana.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
Now, do you know whether we will be able to cope with our current interpreter?
The indication is no, my lord.
So you might have to change your plan.
I might have to do that.
How many witnesses do you have where you will need an interpreter for Setswana or maybe Sesotho?
My lord, can you give us...
No. Only because we have time. Now, these are the things we need to plan up ahead. Initially, I requested that a particular interpreter would accompany me. But unfortunately, we only have one person in the Cape High Court that can cover all the bases, whether it's Setswana, Sesotho, and. But she's also needed in Cape Town. But tomorrow is Friday, so if we need to make a switch for next week, then we can pre-plan before tomorrow, because it means we need to make the travel arrangements for the other interpreter to come between Mr. Blau and her. Mr. Blau will know that he needs to take all his stuff back tomorrow and not leave some of the things like that. So if you can clear it up and at least let my registrar know by tonight, so that we can plan in the morning from our officer's side. Maybe also we can check with the lower court in Vredenburg. I don't know whether they have any Setswana or Sesotho speaking interpreters in the lower court. So if we get stuck on our side, we could potentially for the day do the switch.
I will be speaking to the control prosecutor, Mr. Fonsaal.
Right, I will adjourn whilst we wait for a witness.